farther. Just gotta do some quests there.
Glory to the Shogun and her everlasting reign.
Yeah. I prefer the original. So Celia, he has a dummy in her place.
Oh, you're taking me out?
Oscar, here, just in time. Today's an appointment. Is this about your weapon? That's right, I've been looking all over the place for clues. Finally determined the location of the bandit Karagiri. Today I redeem myself and take back my weapon. Oh, Asakura, it's really mobile. However, I mustn't make the same mistake before. The Karagiri and the numerous, many of them are unscrupulous. As long as they swore me, drain my stomach, I'll be put on the back foot, and the same thing will happen again. For I want you to accompany me this time. I was defeated by them last time because the Karagiri were able to use their numerical advantage. It took turns on whittling away my stamina. After I ran out of energy, their leader challenged me to a duel. This time I would like you to fend off the surrounding Karagiri, or will I challenge their leader directly? After I cut down that veil, I will come and help you. Got it. I'm grateful for your assistance. In short, I'll be leaving things to you. Now then, let us not delay it. Let's head off. So where am I going? Looks like there's a bit of a track. There's an underground passage. Says yeah, the boss ball is off. Oi, stop trying. So let's get the gist of the callus. Looks like there's up there. Oh, my ears.
Don't waste my time.
That kind of helps. Okay, time to help out. these lot at least. Hopefully it's not going to be too much of a problem. Hello over there. No, there's a way into the inner zone of the hot springs right to the building. Lovely. Why do I get the feeling I'm being south? Some of these. What does she need? Oh, that's good. Kinda crazy, or I need that. Why ain't it? I suppose she's really strong. She does have a high attack power next to the Traveler. Although her stats are kinda high. Alright, she is technically a monster. High carrier just ahead.
My lucky day!
Choosing advanced weapon.
Finally,
Ah, please, Fairy, where did you get this kind of help? Foul villain, hand my weapon over at once. You still hung up about that? I am only here to retrieve my weapon. If you tell me where it is, I'll spare you. Kinda creepy the way their eyes are red. Don't waste any more words with him. No, please. Please stop. I didn't say I wanted to say anything. We have to get this violent. That weapon was taken to our boss as part of his collection. If you want to, well, at least you have some sense. Please, good sir, I told you, out of my sight. At once. Kergri scurries away. Not much martial skills to speak of, but he was quite the runner. Not to mention pretty quick to sell his buddies at all too. The Kergri are ultimately mostly banded together for their own selfish gain. Loyalty plays no part here, nor does conviction. The moment trouble starts brewing on the horizon, they will pack up and leave. This is all too common. Fortunately, I have you here to help. I thought they would catapulted so easily otherwise. However, our next stop is their main encampment. We will follow our original stratagem. I will take their leader on and lead us off right here. I'll take her. I can take 10 of them at once, no problem. Much obliged. That's here again? Might as well be taking the boat. I'm tempted to fight on all. I always have the time to be picking fights. Ooh, ha, aren't you that Barfman for? What? Are you here to add something to my collection again? No, I'm here for my weapon. Huh, well, at least you got some guts, but only one eye? You must really take me for a sucker, huh? But you know what? I'll give you a chance on account of your bravery at least. Come on, let's sell this somewhere else. Still, it won't be good to leave my boys here with nothing to do, would it? I know, why don't you ask your little helper to play with them a bit? I timed it ready. Let's hope that their A game is possible at least. Haha, you got some lip. Well then, boys, you heard him. Let him have it. As for you, let's get over there. I leave this in your hands. I'll take care of it. With the utmost thanks, I will slay him quickly and come to your aid. Well, aren't you a talker yourself? Well, you're welcome to try. If you could take him on.
Come on.
Windblade! It's my lucky day!
Transfiguration!
Very
Where is he? Where is the clothes over here? That seems like he's over here. That's fine, isn't it?
Take your true form!
Your steady breeding, it seems that those Cargier are no match for you. It seems that you are victorious as well. That is indeed the case, though I must admit that to my shame I allowed him to escape a single stab from my surgery to a feint on his part. Still, his wound was very severe. I do not believe he will emerge to do much ill for at least a few years. More importantly, I have defeated him myself and reclaimed my weapon. I am henceforth free from the stain of my humiliation. Congratulations, Asakura. Indeed, I owe you thanks, but I cannot rest yet. The reason for this whole incident was my lack of training. I will continue to train hard and refine my skills. As such, I will be counting on you in the future to aspire with me. Ah yes, please take this as a token of thanks. It is much, but do accept it. Thank you once again. Ooh. Oh yeah, I got some experience. Okay, let's go on. What do these friends? My back. Oh, it's like a muscle knot under the shoulder blade. Unfortunately, I cannot do this by myself. Yeah, I'll do the other little line things that are. Are they still on? Masquerade of Gavilti. Yeah. Okay, because I'm clicking. Yata Cookie. I'm here to give you some iron chunks. I really need to get me some. A bit more. too far to watch, let's see if she's got a 4A. Where the heck am I supposed to get this one? An angelfish. The catch. There's only one character who uses this. So I need to catch the angelfish. That's the next issue. I'll have a look around. Got to peel around. So angelfish. Where can we? Let's see what you want some mints. 15? You're a glutton. Cultural hobo. Why are you so close there? While traveling with the electric ground, you can use the tender sphere to pass through dimensions in a flash. You say it's so simple, right? So look like this is the path of the winner. Oh great, it's a hill trail.
Do your master's bidding!
With the wind! Windblade!
Submit! Transfiguration!
Windblade! Disappear!
You will regret this! Take your true form! Surrender and it'll be Cryo incarnate! My will embodied! Never! Your life is mine! Unleash! Rude! Transfiguration!
You're in for a little shock.
Wind blade.
Yeah, one to the other. I'd be willing to do more commissions, but for now I should be able to see out. So funny that Razor at least.
We're going to hunt.
I still wonder how the heck Lisa convinced Razor, the pupil.
Leave it to me!
Actually, I was using.
Oh, is it time for me to join you?
Face a storm terror. This has been a while. Confront storm. That stinks though. I can only do one at a time. Oh, darn nothing. I would like to do level 90. Like, there's no real point. I still get the rewards. See, I only get 3 of them. And like, there's no point in doing any higher. Sorry, Huto.
Outrider Amber, reporting.
Alright.
your master's bidding! Go, go, Baron Bunny! Ha!
Smack on it. This was.
Wind blade.
Bet you can't keep up with me! My will embodied!
Disappear! Wind blade!
Alright. YouTuber. Sorry, Solitaire. Oh, I get the bride's arrow. Chicken. Doing this one now. Do this, then I'll do the Kazuha. No, tell me what level 70. That stinks. Sorry, she. I would like to.
This is destiny.
Don't disappoint me.
Alright, let's try this now. Senora.
You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice?
You're a jerk. Regardless, Senora. I hate looking at you every time I come to contact. It's like, ugh vibes every time I see you. I don't know how your Senora has not got sick of looking at you yet. No offense. It'd have to be some god to pull up with you.
Windblade!
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
Into the frozen void. Detestable.
Let it rain!
Into the frozen void.
Delve into depth.
Submit. Don't waste my time. Detestable.
Shadows of fate!
Windblade!
There you go.
Get him!
The Tsaritsa's benevolence has no
I'll
place
never
for
surrender.
transgressors.
There it goes. She won this up.
Give up.
Windblade!
Let me scry! Delve into destiny!
reckoning. Who dares?
Let me scribe. Decided by destiny.
Wind blade.
Not even ashes will remain.
No, my pizzas will remain for much longer, but hopefully.
Go, Barret Bunny! Shadows of fate! No escape!
Maybe I wasn't meant for this world.
It's a pain how to do this every time. Crab roll tofu.
Wind blade.
Dance, my pretty.
Delve into destiny.
Your life is mine. Not every wound will heal.
Fate is upon you. Get it! Let me scrub.
Give up. Don't. You wait.
Delve into destiny. Not so hard.
Not every wound will heal.
No one escapes my sights. Go, Barret Bunny.
Disappear. What?
I'll race you there.
It's nothing.
That's cheating.
Don't waste my time.
Let me scribe. Written in the stars.
Twin Blade!
Submit!
Delve into destiny. Leave my space.
I never asked for redemption.
You keep your
Never.
redemption. Thank you, Ashen Heart. The form fragment that contains powerful emotions. You obtain this from defeating scenario who unleash your original power. Even tears can extinguish the flames. Molten hot agony, rage rushed through her veins, oozing from her tear ducts. The first fatalities on her just before her heart could be destroyed by eternal blaze. You understood the only deeper hate and obsession could quench the fire that devoured her or made her. Make her his ally. Yeah, not bad. Okay, time to do Kazuya's quest. Yeah, I see someone shot away. Who could this be? A friend or foe? Or act? Kristen Hazel. Hello, Christine. Suspicious. I'm very suspicious of this individual. Alright, let's do a strange and friendless road upon the plain, purple shadow. How Kazuya's been. Last I saw him, he helped me kick the Rain Shogun's ass. But my gosh, he did a good job.
I'll watch your back.
Good eye.
You and your eyes. Let's see now. Hit it all. There he is. Ciao.
Hey! Hello? Do you know where Kazuya is?
You're looking for Kazuya too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all.
Two?
Well, we took the small vessels into Rito on a routine supply run, only this time, as soon as we entered the harbor, we ran into a huge crowd of Inazumans, all of them wanting to know about Kazuya. If it's because of that battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too, but I don't see her getting this kind of attention. Kazuya keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even listen to the captain, but she just laughs it off.
I don't think they realized what he did in Inazuma. helped save my ass and took E head on. Right in the shoulder.
Oh, so you still don't know what he did?
I've heard bits and pieces. Something about him blocking the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi.
Oh yeah. That was something cool.
Is it really as big a deal as everyone's making it out to be?
You could compare it to the technique Beta used to strike down Hashin.
Really? Wow. When you put it like that, it all makes sense. In that case, his newfound stardom is well deserved.
Well,
he was called away earlier by some people from the Tenryou Commission. They said they had something important to discuss with him.
I wonder what it could
I thought
be.
they'd come to arrest him at first. Turns out they couldn't have been friendlier to him. Seems like they really respect the guy.
And it couldn't stop the Raiden Shogun's blow. I think Anemo would get respect from that.
Just a little while ago, this would have been completely unimaginable.
Shogunate? That's so good. After all, the right Shogun's mindset has changed.
Thank you! Guess we'll go pay a visit to the Tenryou Commission.
Oh, it would be cool to see her.
Alright then. I'll just stay here and carry on trying to fend off the crowd.
This would be cool to actually get to meet up with her again. That was Kaguya, that'll be so. Teleport over. This will be an interesting sight to behold. Now, turn off the heater. It's enough to keep my body warm for a duration. Only keep the heater on for so long just to warm up my body. That's really it. However, I must say, I wonder if that's her deceased friend. That's the Sechul.
This is the headquarters.
I hope I get to snoop around in here. I get to go in! I get to go in! I get to go in! Yippee! Without fighting her now. That's a relief. At least Senora's not involved this time around. Good riddance, said the lady. No offense. She not here? Kazuya.
Oh? It's you.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt Decree. Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation.
Might as well.
We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. Also, I've been granted the chance to correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. The Almighty Shogun has issued a large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least easing, the tensions that have built up over the years. The Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor of the Kaidahara name. Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're already somewhat informed?
Huh. It's a bit odd. How the heck did that... Never even mind. Unless I know about that. That's how it pierced the blood. I heard a thing or two.
In short, there was once a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaidahara clan belonged to this class. But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya. Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for lax oversight and entered a period of great turmoil. We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui. Attributing all of the blame to the Kamisato and Kaidahara clans was neither proper nor just. Considering Mr. Kaidahara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes he should not only be rewarded for his achievements, but also receive recompense for the excessive punishment borne by his clan in the past. In the interest of preventing further harassment of the Bladesmith clans by the Fatui, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigations into these matters. We trust you can understand why this was necessary.
This is a true honor. I am delighted to be in a position to receive the goodwill of the almighty Shogun, and the Shogunate at large. However, would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous gesture does not come without some strings attached?
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice.
You sure?
With the Kaedahara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaedaharas will be bladesmiths once more, and your wanderings will finally come to an end. You will be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City, with the almighty Shogun's blessing and full support of the Shogunate.
I have grown accustomed to life among the elements. I fear I would no longer feel at home behind the tall walls of a stately abode. Yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaedahara, and the art of blade making for which it stood. I do have a responsibility to restore their honor.
I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the populace will disappear.
What rumors?
Malicious rumors? All we heard on the way here was so much praise that we almost wondered whether there was another Kaedahara Kazuha in town.
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They cannot accept the idea that Mr. Kaedahara really parried the Shogun's strike.
I'm a witness.
Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Anemo. As a result, the falsehood that Kaedahara Kazuha was using a delusion began to spread.
What?
But that doesn't make sense. Using a delusion turns you old and frail, and Kazuha still looks fine.
Wait, what?
That is correct. However, to some people, the idea of a single person wielding two elements at once is a more inconceivable notion still.
This is just one of many similar rumors. I am very uncomfortable with being the subject of public discussion, no matter whether it brings suspicion or stardom my way. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow over more quickly.
This is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some serious thought. It stands to benefit all of us.
Please allow me some time to consider.
Now, if I recall, he had his friends, what is it? The sigil of the vision, well, and he was able to use it with his own vision. Kind of weird.
In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then, what brings the two of you here?
Yikes! We nearly forgot about the most important thing!
You and Pai were counted to attack on the outskirts of town.
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me?
Do you have any siblings? Could it be someone you trained with under the same master?
No. This puzzles me as much as it does you. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through, so that each can be fairly assessed for quality. Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaedahara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms. Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle. So it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was coincidence alone.
All the more reason to watch your back! This guy was a serious nutcase.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets is at risk of serious injury, or worse.
In that case, I will send some men out immediately to search for him.
Not a good idea.
Thank you. I must say I am now very curious about this matter, and I will also need some time to consider your offer. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one who attacked him, then give you a conclusive answer upon my return.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
Yay.
The detective agency knows the most about what goes on in town. Let's see what Ryuji has to say.
This shouldn't take too long, right? I'm not gonna have this game for too long. Oh, that's loading. Let's see what this commenter was saying. Oh, God. Really? More spammers? Sorry, I'm not interested in any of that nonsense. My parents' Discord has beef with me, and I beef with Discord. No offense. The communication's not any straightforward when I explain the issue to them. So I'm not going on Discord for some time. This is what happens when you have policies and then you don't have level of communication when they know it's the real person. It's like, okay, so what? Can't talk to me, or are you just being awkward about communication when you know I'm the person who talks? In the meantime, let's find out what Riju knows. Young lady or young master who is in training. Hello, how are you? Riju, what's Sangova?
Hey there! We'd like to ask you a quick question. Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaidahara Kazuha, we mean.
Aha! So this is the renowned Mr. Kaidehara. I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today.
More nonsense.
You are too kind. We are currently investigating an assault and would appreciate any help you can offer.
Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. I can't seem to recall anything of immediate interest. Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people looking for him. To be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaidehara's personal information.
Oh.
Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want. If these were more legitimate commissions, Sango would have snapped them up in an instant.
Millions? Of mora? Whoa! Oh, wait, even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it. Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaidehara. But I wouldn't know where to begin if we want to connect this with an assault.
Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual? The Tenryou Commission had very few leads. I thought you might have some information from different sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically, it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention. If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
That does make sense. Uh-oh. Looks like the trail's already run cold.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person he targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now.
Is this your way of giving praise? It was not easy for me to fight him off.
I am well aware of your talents. There is no need to be humble around me. In fact, I'm quite relieved that you were the one he targeted.
Oh.
It would cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me. For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr. Kaidehara. Surely this same concern for your fellow man is what drove you to fearlessly raise your blade against the almighty Shogun.
Oh,
Flatter me. Truth be told, I don't know quite what came over me in that moment.
what?
You are much too humble. Don't worry, I completely understand your concerns. I will try my best to gather whatever leads I can for you. Oh, actually, there was one strange incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack, though. Let me tell you about it just in case.
Oh?
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
All right then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato. The other, Amenoma Yuya, is a samurai from the Amenoma clan.
Amenoma? Now there's a familiar name.
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy. 2 grown men going missing at the same time. Their cases are likely connected, but I don't know much in the way of details. I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he is the one you are looking for.
Understood, though it seems highly unlikely to me. I neither know this man, nor do I have any idea why he may wish to attack me.
Let's consider this a favor for Ryuju.
Sure, can't hurt. We never know what we might find out along the way.
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by making some inquiries at the Amenoma Smithy.
Sounds good. All the best with your investigation. I'll get moving shortly myself.
Doggy.
Ah, if it isn't Kaede Harakazuha. What brings you here today?
Huh? You two know each other?
Yes. The Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have always been deep links between the 2 clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to pay my respects.
Raiden Gokaden?
Let me quickly explain. The Raiden Gokaden was the collective term for the 5 most acclaimed bladesmithing arts in Inazuma. The techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokaden by the almighty Shogun, and over time, further honed and enhanced by the most talented craftsmen. Unfortunately, a series of events led to the gradual decline of many clans in the bladesmithing trade. Today, only the Amenoma clan has kept its art alive.
So sad.
It is a great pity indeed. In the old days, we each had our specialties. And just as iron sharpens iron, so too did we learn much from each other. As an example, the Amenoma art strives to emulate the abiding patience and determination of water as it turns stone to sand. There is nothing mystical to our work. There is only practice, day in and day out, until both body and mind have memorized the craft, turning each motion of every technique into an intrinsic part of the bladesmith's life. As for the art of the Kaedehara clan, I believe it's called the Ishin art.
That's right. Ishin art strives for complete harmony between blade and mind from the moment that forging begins. For only a blade thus forged can capture and convey its maker's thoughts and feelings, and eventually become an extension of its wielder's will.
Indeed. Most samurai choose their blades, but an Ishin blade chooses its owner. You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade. It gladdens my heart to see that although the Kaedehara clan has fallen on hard times, its ideals and virtues are alive and well.
You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan. But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryo Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss on what to make of it, but I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryo Commission.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Know anything about that?
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that he was going to give me a great gift. I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato after that. The next thing I heard was that a fire had broken out at the warehouse, and neither of them came back.
A fire?
Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it. Unfortunately, there was very little evidence left behind, so nobody knows what really happened.
Mr. Nagato.
Do you have any thoughts on what Yuya may have wanted to give you?
If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hopes up. He's never been particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing, and can sense even the most minute differences in blade quality. He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be objectionable. The person we are looking for, he attacked this friend of mine. Based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only Yuya seems to match the suspect's profile.
What? No. Absolutely impossible. Yuya is not that kind of person. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind. He has never gotten into a fight before.
Huh. Is that so?
Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good reason. But, with that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear, with neither farewell nor fair warning. I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced, or otherwise compelled by circumstances unbeknownst to me. Anyway, should you find him, please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry. You have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
We still need to get the info from the Nagato family.
Yes. It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato household.
Time to go for some sparks. See how who's how moves. She's quick on her feet.
Shogun must have her reasons.
Sachiko Nagato.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
No, you misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation. We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again. I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can to inform our search. With this in mind, can we perhaps ask some questions about your family's current situation?
For example, Paimon's struggling to understand why a collector would be strapped for Mora.
That's a long story. Ever since I've known him, he's been an avid collector of all sorts of things. He'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthusiastic and excited they made him, I was happy to believe that they were just extremely important to him. Everything was fine when we first got married, but as time went by, things changed for the worse.
Uh-oh! What happened?
He lost his sense of restraint. He started buying more and more things, and even resorted to borrowing money just so he could pay for them. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse, admiring his weapons even as debt collectors were descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. Just sat there staring at them like he was in a trance. I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him. But making ends meet has to come first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but he never listens. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum. I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
Whoa!
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making to me. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell. His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family?
You did the right thing.
Had I not indulged his bad habits, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament. And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me. The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see. I understand. Anemo Yuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke out at the warehouse, and both men disappeared.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price. But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to imagine him getting into a fierce argument.
Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts?
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home, now that all his collectibles have been lost in the fire, and he's got no way to pay off our debts. Even though I'm still a little mad at him, we're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
Please don't get upset. There could be more to this situation than meets the eye. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change so drastically over a short period. But the information we gathered from the other side suggests Anemo Yuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to start an argument. This situation is getting a little confusing.
A little confusing? More like completely mystifying.
That's right, it is kind of crazy.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can piece together what we've learned. Rest assured, we'll notify you if we find anything.
Thank you so much. I just want him to come home.
Sorry, I'm just eating some Pro Steel sweets.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance. The fire at the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation unfolded, though its exact role is a mystery.
Probably a third person.
Do you have any thoughts?
Well, Paimon was thinking that maybe someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and... Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
There must have been an argument during the sale. Perhaps the fire was deliberately used to hide the truth. We are still missing crucial information.
Right. I very much agree with you. It seems highly likely that we're missing a piece of the puzzle. Working off what we know so far, there are too many things that don't add up. The chances are that there are still some clues left for us to discover. One fact that I keep coming back to is that Amenoma Yuya is polite and well-mannered, while Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person who is inclined towards initiating conflict.
There's the third
Mr.
person,
Nagato, being heavily in debt, is also the only one of them with the potential motive to disappear after the fire. The more I ponder it, the more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there?
This also doesn't seem connected to the case of the attacker. Maybe.
Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker, namely that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of Amenoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Darn! We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate, it's starting to look like a wild goose chase.
Goose chase?
Let's keep going, since we've come this far. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able to get some closure.
Okay, but where should we go now?
To the crime scene.
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse. There's still a chance we may be able to find some shreds of evidence.
I don't know where it is. That was a nice shortcut. Looks like I'm nearly there. Out the world?
Wait. I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh! This must be another one of those sounds that only you connection here. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down that vision thief at Beto's tournament, so...
I knew we could count on you.
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
But there's nothing here.
You sure?
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma. The remnants of the Tatarigami.
The Tatarigami? That's one thing I didn't expect to encounter here.
Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy may prove to be of benefit to our investigation. We should remain vigilant and approach slowly.
Oh?
Huh. So it's an underground warehouse.
Made sense.
The force is definitely coming from down below. The source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place, but the residue it left behind still hasn't dissipated completely. Judging from the concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a very long time.
Mrs. Nagato said her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself a lot.
It could well be that he was already under the influence of Tatarigami energy at that time.
Surely someone would have noticed.
From what I've been told, Tatarigami does not turn all upon whom it preys into violent monsters. But most will develop a stubborn streak upon being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Their interests become fanatical obsessions. Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence of Tatarigami could explain why he became an obsessive hoarder, amassing more and more possessions even as he put himself in grave debt.
So what should we do now? Go down and take a look?
Probably
Step
wise.
back. I'll open the door and take a look inside.
That's dangerous.
If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You needn't worry. Both of us have faced far greater dangers than this. Relatively speaking, the risk here is trivial.
You sure? You better hope so.
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
So in the end, it was just a scare. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
That was too scary! Paimon was so sure that the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us!
That's one way to look
All
at it.
we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami energy source left this place. Two ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear much misfortune has already befallen them.
Let's hurry. We cannot afford to delay any longer.
Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where this Tatarigami energy is coming from. Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you. Perhaps you too will perceive its ominous presence in the wind.
Time for elemental sight. This one. Oh. It's fairly visible.
Crazy eyes. From this point, the trail appears to split into two. The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here, and seems to be dissipating slowly.
2 parts, so would that correspond to Mr. Nagato and Amenoma Yue?
Quite possibly. Let's search the area.
Whoa! Look at all those hilly churls! They're acting really strangely!
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
Can I crouch? They're digging into the ground.
Windblade!
It's...
Ooh! Look at this red stuff!
Red stuff?
What is it?
By the looks of it, a letter, written on a piece of torn clothing. The ink is bone dry. It must have been written quite some time ago. Well, let's take a look.
Oh. I am Nagato. I was wounded by Anemo. He took my most precious blade. I chased him, but could not catch him. I lay down here to rest on account of my exhaustion. I thought that I had my croak right here. My stomach kept on bleeding, but it seems that some strange power has sustained me. Why did he steal that blade? I was going to sell it to him. He even burned my warehouse down. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. But for some reason I can't follow conscience, so all I can do is to distract from the pain is right. What will happen to Sachiko, Yuichi, and Yuji? I'm sorry to them, I really am. Only now do I realize how stuck my ways I was, and how blind to my obsession. I must have been cursed. I collected all those strange and bizarre things, but they brought me not one iota of happiness or warmth. Put all of it together, and it still wouldn't have been worth a single word from her mouth. Thank you. I'm sorry for letting you down, Sachiko.
According to this letter, a conflict arose because Amenoma Yuya wanted to seize a blade belonging to Mr. Nagato. Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight. Mr. Nagato kept chase as long as he could, eventually stopping here to write this letter when his strength gave out.
So, where is he?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Add to that the fact that its aura seems to have attracted a horde of monsters, and I'm afraid he may no longer be with us.
He may.
Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point, they've since been disturbed by the hilly churls. There's nothing more for us to find here.
That's us to tell your commission to do a thorough search there. There are more important things right now.
Yes. Right now, we need to uncover some more important truths. If Amenoma Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer we take to find him, the more people risk meeting the same tragic end.
Right! So let's get moving!
How did they come to this? It's not in his nature.
I wouldn't be surprised if he, too, fell prey to the influence of the Tatarigami. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest desire to inflame would be their pursuit of further power and skill.
Probably.
All the clues that at first seemed disparate and disconnected. It seems that now we know the thread that runs between them. I have a hypothesis that, if it's correct, not only explains the series of events leading to the two men's disappearance, but also zeroes in on the attacker's identity.
Wait! You figured it out? So these two cases are connected after all?
Don't get long enough.
But it's something of an outlandish idea. I will only be able to confirm my suspicions once we've met him in person. On with the search. We must stay vigilant. At any point now, we may find ourselves in danger.
Let's find out first. What? Why there? How could I know? I think I know how to get down there. Bit of practice, I guess. Got it. I get too distracted.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
I'm not sure. But on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here at several different points in time.
Show yourself! It's no use hiding anymore.
Guardiapheiz Kazuma. It's you.
This guy.
Aha! So it is the same guy from before. What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
A sword.
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Amenoma Yuya that stands before us. But what if instead of facing Amenoma Yuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
The blade? That is some blade. I want that.
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light.
Tarigami?
Whoa, whoa! Surely you don't mean... Are you serious?
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years, affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sale as a means to affect, or rather as a means to occupy, Amenoma Yuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of the matter. Many, many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin tradition. I was his pride and joy. In me, he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaedehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaten.
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in his creation of me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So, swords can become conscious and control people?
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. But that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma. Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home. I seek but one thing: to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power. The might of Ishin art!
Oh.
So Amenoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them?
My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission. When they got tired, or injured, or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
You're awful!
After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you, and by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun! Kaedehara Kazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your body over to me!
Oh, he's gonna thrash him for that. He needs a lesson in remorse. See how tough you are.
Submit to me!
Don't waste my time.
What was that?
Wind Strider.
Join me and sever that divine light.
Wind Strider.
As one with wind and cloud.
What will happen
Do
now?
not stand in my way, or I will strike you down too.
Your bluff's fooling no one. You've lost.
Lost? I can never lose. It is this body that has reached its limit, nothing more. Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this man. He is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel at will.
Then we will smash you into pieces.
The end result is the same! I will end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger! And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback. My consciousness shall endure. By any means necessary, and any medium available, I shall return and fulfill my destiny!
Your fighting style. It is indeed the forms of Ishin art. But from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance, as well as a thinly veiled mania and despair.
Really? You can tell all that just from his moves?
As I've mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey the user's thoughts and feelings. Since the blade is currently possessing Amenome Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of the blade. If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition. You believe I am your only hope.
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless without you? On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin art's secrets. The little that you know barely scratches the surface. In that regard, why would I ever need your help?
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. You were trapped.
Oh?
After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak. To the point that you are now unable to acquire a new host without making physical contact.
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr. Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Amenome Yuya and make your escape.
What of it?
Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a despair in you that is so strong it threatens to overwhelm you. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand and too heavy for you to bear. Each step you have taken has come at a great cost. I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you clenched your teeth and pressed forward, the greater your fear of losing everything you had achieved grew, and the more you wished to run from the truth. But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusional fantasy.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just one step away from achieving my goal.
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this arduous journey, you committed countless atrocities and showed a blatant disregard for human life. Even if you were to sever that divine light, is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired?
You...
Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principle of harmony between a blade and its bearer?
Silence, you blabbering fool! I must achieve my goal. This was his life's dream, and the very purpose for which I was brought into being. I will concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly. But you also underestimate my resolve.
And you should face reality.
Easy for you to say. Facing reality offers me nothing. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not self-reflection, and certainly not your so-called reality. It is pointless to argue further, descendant of the Kaedahara clan. If you wish to save this man, then offer me your body in exchange.
How stubbornly you stick to your wayward path. I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty Shogun in your current state. So let us make a bet, and I will put your strength to the test.
What? Surely you're not planning to agree to his demands.
Very well. Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. A taste of my power will more than convince you. Once we have dealt with them, we shall proceed to Tenshukaku.
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose, you must release Amenoma Yuya from your control.
I accept.
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is a risky strategy. You're dealing with a cursed blade that can possess people.
This is the only way to save Amenoma Yuya. If we don't do this, he'll forever be the blade's puppet. The cursed blade's strength is currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. This suggests his heart is still not completely devoid of honor. The power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing obsessions. This is the reason Mr. Nagato and Amenoma Yuya fell prey to it. Since I don't have any similar kinds of obsessions, I should be able to put up some resistance for a while.
But even so...
Even if things take a turn for the worse, I still have you both here with me. We have a chance here to save an innocent victim. I am willing to accept the risks entailed.
Alright, fine. It's not like I can stop you.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance. I agreed to this bet because there are things I wish to learn too. Now, take me in your hand.
That's kind of cool.
Kazuha?
I'm okay. I felt a little dizzy at first, but only for a moment. It's all right. So far, this was as I expected.
If something feels off, let me know immediately.
I will. Thank you.
What should we do next? Have you got a plan, Kazuha?
Time to test out the sword.
We find some enemies. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced many real fights. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, it cannot unleash its true power. If he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He shouldn't last long in an intense combat situation.
Wait a minute! Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild.
Oh.
Since the Takasukasa clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever since.
That should fit the bill.
Ah, all right. Please lead the way.
Let's go.
What about Anemo Mayuya? What should we do with him?
Susie.
The blade says he'll let Anemo Mayuya trail us silently. Although he hasn't regained his own consciousness yet, he is not in any immediate danger.
Are we sure this is a good idea? It's a pretty treacherous journey. Okay, fine. Just be careful.
I would like to acquire this blade if possible. No. Sorry about the roads. Need some buns. I don't think I have Kazuya. I have more girls than I do boys. Let me just count up, just to be sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 girls and 13 boys. What? That's too many. She knows them. I suppose. I remember this. Ooh, occupied hold. This is once a secret hold in the Tatsukuga's clan, which was taken over by the Ronin after being abandoned. If you should meet any resistance, well, might as well check how much strength remains in this mystical sword. I'll be fine. Who the hell needs experience anyway? I just see Anemo for the moment. Because he has that. Right, just guys. Ooh. Almost purple ore cleans this bizarre blade as the power to control wielder is hard to mine. Take a screenshot,
Leave everything on this journey to me.
Where Rowan?
Wind Strider.
Let's get down to business.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call.
Why worry? You are something else.
How are you feeling? You okay?
I'm all right. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use. Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
Something else on your mind?
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he's instead trying to match my fighting rhythm. Let's keep going.
It would be cool to get across here.
Let's get down to business.
Into the wind.
Going crazy.
One with nature.
It's my lucky day. As one with wind and cloud.
That much power.
Something's up with the blade.
It's growing dimmer. What's going on?
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting, he will likely break apart at any moment.
But what would that do to Anemo?
I will be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily. He's still trying to achieve his goal.
Crazy.
The wind knows me. Wind Strider. Yes. And it looks like he's reached his limit.
The shine's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it did at the start.
Perhaps this time, we'll finally have a chance to see his true form.
True form?
True form? What are you talking about? Huh? What the? Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of junk!
The wear and tear is severe. It really looks like it's about to break.
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the almighty Shogun. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy.
Will you listen to it? So the truth is right there in front of her.
I finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power. But regrettably, we are nothing alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize with the one who made you. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
There they are! Take them down!
Oh boy.
Where do they keep coming from?
You shouldn't fight with this blade anymore.
Yep! We can help this time!
Give the blade a break.
Don't worry. I'll use my own blade. It's just more of the same.
Let's get down to business.
Now he's using the fillet sword. Wait a minute. Where did I get his... I'm pretty sure I gave... Wait a minute. Who's the fillet blade? Fillet blade. Yeah, I do have one. Guess someone's using it tomorrow.
One with nature. Into the wind.
You fought way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, you have seen me for who I really am. No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
But in this too, you have failed.
Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi. And what a magnificent blade it is. Perhaps I shall never reach that level of glory.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue.
What?
Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they are not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these must be aligned in the practice of Ishin art. There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your ability to possess your own consciousness derived from the power of the Tatarigami. Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. It is the source of your mania and savagery. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part of you driven by Tatarigami was constantly trying to seize control of my body.
I sensed it, but I couldn't change it. It is an integral part of my consciousness.
I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Amenoma Yuya. But I do not know whether you yourself have any intention of trying to fight it. I feel a great sense of regret for you. Since you embarked on a journey bound for a destination you were destined never to reach. The moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential. And yet there was no way for you to turn your back on his ambition. You have known this for a long time. It is the true source of your despair.
He gave me everything. My life, my form, my consciousness, and purpose. How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him, "Do not worry, from here on I shall forge your legacy." How could I go back on my word?
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things.
I hope we get to hit the sword, the issue.
When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that's the true story. But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were warped by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
Shame it's too late now.
Not yet.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck at that fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seems to have calmed down, though. Let's go and check in.
Listen to what the cursed blade has to say. I hope I can make this blade. It really is good. Prize Zishian blade.
When I look back at the past, I can remember the day of my fortune like it was just yesterday. I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numbed the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition, I also defiled it.
You are finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Anemo Yuya. But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the ambitions of myself and my creator?
Hey! Now you're adding yours into the mix too? Jeez, don't push your luck, mister.
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, I will still release Anemo Yuya as promised. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
Oh.
His attitude has grown a lot milder. What do you think, Kazuha? Should we give him a chance?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. He told me that he had wanted me to have the grandest opening battle. Alas, after that, he never rose from his sickbed again. Nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself in battle since. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. They were merely the next step in my never-ending journey. The next in a long line of transgressions. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and experience a true duel between samurai.
Oh? And who would be the opponent?
I will release Anemo Yuya and restore his consciousness. Perhaps after that, you can convince him to commit to a fight with you. He must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and desire a good fight.
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
I see. He used my body to inflict harm on others. I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I am willing to put myself forward. I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryu Commission.
Thanks for your help. Who knows how this would have ended without your intervention.
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
Oh? like the sounds of that. Fulfill the cursed blade's wish. Grandma! Do we got any? No. I want this sword in my collection, please. You gotta have this sword. It's a talking sword. What cooler weapon is that? Actually, it makes me wonder. If I were capable. Japan probably has such swords. The whole harboring one will be tricky. This is something I'll have to think about. Fly! Fulfill the cursed blade's wish. On a foggy day. Now that's something you can't go wrong with. Is it going to be foggy or will it be clear? No, I do not want to fight Charles. Charles getting too close for distance. Shoo, Charles, shoo. Your range is what will trigger. Buttercup Pines. Here? Or you think this is a good spot?
This reminds Paimon a bit of the Crux Clash.
That was a much more relaxed location.
Yep, we still can't let our guard down. Even now, Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything.
Paimon?
Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. All right then. Successor of Ishin art, Kaedahara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
Wait, you like to fight him? I would like to have an actual clashing of swords. Damn, this guy is off. This guy's a lot more. Wait, Warren Hydro?
One with nature.
So why is it going Hydro?
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Pointed hits and blows. Make it more dramatic. Okay. That was a bit of a bug, but look at that.
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
I must apologize to you for all that has transpired.
You need not seek my forgiveness, nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It is too late for all of that.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone, and not let them stain the legacy of Ishin art. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy successor in Kaedehara Kazuha. I beseech you, please understand this.
Yes. I too trust Mr. Kaedehara to do the right thing.
Thank you, successor of Amenoma art.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like to visit the Amenoma smithy. Maybe we can go back there together.
Ooh.
What does he want to go there for?
I know.
I'm not sure, but I think that all this is about to come to an end.
Ooh, let me see what people are saying. I hope it wasn't an artist. Oh my gosh. Why is this person... They're basically the same person. Oh my gosh. That's ridiculous. Them two people said the exact same thing. That's just a spammer and a bot. No doubt about it. Jeez. Like, how sad can a person get? Even the Blade had more honor than them people who botted me. Jeez. That should be the correct distance. Thank you. I suppose this Ishin blade will be worthy for your electro. Yeah. Definitely worthy for the electro vision.
Oh, it's Yuya! You have returned!
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
Tell them I talk about first. Now the next question.
A prized Ishin blade. Turned weapon that controls the human mind.
What would be old Mr. Danto? That would be a question for later.
Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. This is a great pity. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji, from the Bantan Sango Detective Agency, tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Ooh.
Really? Is he okay?
Yes. Badly wounded, but he will live. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story is a happy one after all.
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief moment.
What? No way! Hasn't it learned its lesson?
He wants to tell us.
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious. I have decided to let him do it.
Guess there's nothing we can say to change your mind, huh?
The decision is yours. I trust your judgment.
Thank you. I will explain my reasons later.
Time to get the smitten.
I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
Oh yeah.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean?
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Rest in peace.
Wow. A red blade.
So, that's why he said it had to be done in that order. His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Maybe.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them.
Too dangerous if you ask me. The remnants of defeated gods are nothing to scoff at.
I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me. Just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Thank you. I'll hold you to your word.
Wait! Shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
Oh. I hope I get a blueprint to make this sword. I know it's a side quest, but I would appreciate to at least get that as a bonus. No, it's not going to be easy, considering it's probably one of a kind. Next time Kazuya appears, the sword Ishin will probably appear too. Over here. So he's up by the Raiden Shogun's statue. nice place to be.
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, we're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Anemo Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he will be charged with any crime.
Wow, you sure kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please, take a look at this blade.
Oh.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see. I understand.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well, I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the Shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
Oh, a monster. Strange and Premise Road.
You must have a whole bunch of questions after our last conversation with me.
I got the sword!
I was ready to ask her a million more questions, but didn't want to seem too pushy. Like, about these Descenders. So, does that just mean people like you who come traveling to Teyvat from someplace else? And as for your sister... so many questions. Let's go find Nahida and see what else we can find out.
Now this question. No! The sword! Ishin art. Clarity. When a normal charge or plunging attack hits a pond, it will whip up a hue and gale, dealing AO damage equal to 100%. So the attack and attack by 15% for 8 seconds. This effect can be triggered once every 8 seconds. This fan blade was born into Nation to the far north. Cool. But in the name of Ishin, it was stained with many dark deeds on its homebound journey. Let's see here. What will it take to revive you? A long blade, color of blood, which upon has been bestowed the name Ishin. It is remarkably sharp and vivid almost. It is said that this blade can easily cleave through a porous bamboo basket and the water within before the latter can even leak out. People often say that within the body of every blade rests a blade spirit. It is then natural to assume that a blade forged by the Taragami is dwelled by a demon Obanos. The renowned blade Kakusurabi Ishin is formed by the swordsmith Kiganagi, who failed to become the head blacksmith. Though forged by the hand of an Izumian swordsmith, this blade was not made in the nation of thunder and jade steel, but a snow-covered land in the far north. It beheld in the moonlight the blades Anemo would look as if were flowing like the blood and tears of wavering wanderer. The Targami is pure malice by nature, bears resentment against mortal desire. Swords are merely instruments of misfortune. Without wickedness they will not birth slaughter. Without hate they will never know the taste of blood. Ishin is the stillness of mind, free of distractions. This purity of desire empowers the swords to forge tirelessly. But by this token, resentment against living beings is the metal from which a blade that kills shall be forged. In their frenzied passion to practice Ishin, the Akim school had always pursued the forging of a killer blade that could reach extremes of lethality. As such, the body and mind of the members of the Academy school were often withdrawn and short-spanned, their hearts famously graven. The blades made by the Akim school were keen indeed, but many of them had been evil within that ultimately led to the school itself being regarded by the authorities as undesirable. For this reason, Akin School's position as the leader of the Ishin art passed down from Mitsugaga did not last 3 generations before being rescinded by the authorities. After that, Akin Kinaga was involved in the case of the eccentric committee treason. This led to change his name and leave for a snow coordination in the far north to make a humble living in the ruled by imperious ice. The only wish of the deceased Kadahara was to see the Ishin art celebrated by those who understood a sword's beauty. But the swordsmith, the blade, and the teragami were all tools and titles for people to wield. I spent half my life in pursuit of vanity, that is the Ishin art. It has only turned out that I became another Kadahara. What's done is done. My only hope is that the sword born in the ice and frost will not be as weak as its useless title. The Kadahara clan were masters of swordsmiths, whose work best symbolized Masaru Maru's style, whilst the Niwa clan were humble and diligent, skilled in clay tempering. In their frenzied passion to practice Ishin, the Akim school always restored the forging of a killer blade that could reach the extremes of lethality. As he passed away amidst the vast snow, the man only wished for a fate-renowned blade which to restore the name of the Kadahara and win back the recognition of the people. Alright. It looks like it's a once-off. For now, I'll just rank you up based on your level. See how high I can bring it based on what I have. Try not to waste you too much. Okay. Okay. Wonder what material I'll have to bring it up even further. That's the next question. We're up to level 40. So I'll take to get to level 50. Give me a moment. Let's see. Oh, blacksmith here. I know I'm gonna need to get there. Items. It is now 20 to 11. Okay. Let's go to the diner. Don't mind that, was a little bug. Because I spoke while I was in its home menu. Alright, I'm back. Give me some food. Wieners, bacon, spices, sugar, fish, cheese, crab, starshroom. I'm really gobberous beans. Thank you for that. Okay, no. I guess when after Fontaine I go to the fire. From Dendro to Hydro. What's it? Cafe? Is there somebody in here? A little random. Looks like... Why do I get the feeling there's somebody in here I will recognize? What the heck? A cup of coffee. What have you got here? Ooh, recipes. 3 stars. Coffee bean? Coffee bean. I'll say, I was not expecting that.
When it comes
The legend of the ancient hero. No one knows more than a phone five. Hey, where's everybody going?
Alright, Citizen, how can I keep you losing and hear my songs? Are you alright? I drank the actor manager's coffee that she brought over. I feel fine physically, but my mental state is troubling. Everyone clearly liked my hero stories at first, so why are they rarely coming to hear it now? Have sophisticated say mighty heroes have fallen out of fashion? I don't think that's the problem. Really? Then why does everyone leave before the story even gets going? Some guests from afar have even said that the stories aren't as fresh as those from Leeway about gods descending to the battlefield or knights fighting against giant mechanical beasts and the like. But those stories sound simply outrageous. I find that really hard to accept a story that can't immerse listeners with a sense of realism. You don't say. I get some new food. Cooking is right. I got some new cooking on my list. No, I need to find. Shop. Okay, this person better not be the same one again. Okay. Events, options. Okay, let's focus for now. So where is this? Let's see here. Should I be able to upgrade the sword now? Oh well. I'll give the sword a try. Okay, what is going on here? This person's just putting on a lot of comments. I'm just playing a game and I'm recording my progress. That's all I'm doing. Oh, let's see what you got. Right. Yeah. Oh, these have more swords to the collection. Kinda cool. Just haven't afforded it now, this next thing. I could just simply fly up far. It's like, nah. Okay, doesn't look like I can go in the right direction. Oh, my ears. Okay, is this part? Okay.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay! That means facts and logic.
1 second. This person is just spamming. And V. Wait, what?
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
So, Serena?
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
So, let's go listen.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
Oh. Version of Genesis? Why use Genesis? Talk to the scholars, my lord. Yeah, just drop out in midair. Yeah, just gradually just stroll up to them like nobody's looking.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
Looking for me? If you're looking for the traveler, that's me.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
This guy just signed me up.
What's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
Ah, I see.
Sorry I can't help this time.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that,
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade.
Oh!
But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabukimono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
Oh.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
Oh.
Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa.
What?
Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Keep a hush hush, Paimon. Could it be you?
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
Shh, Paimon.
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Yes.
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
There's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human, but a puppet.
Oh. By any chance, is this either the Raiden Shogun is puppet, or is it Baltier? That's the bigger question. Or is this a completely different puppet?
A puppet?
Paimon. Shogun puppet that Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. It couldn't be her. Tabakumono had to be the volunteer, but what was he doing 400 years ago in Taurus? This is the question.
Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Uh-oh. Claire, Paimon, hope she keeps her mouth shut.
No! Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Oh. Oh boy. Alter Sawada, Extract 1. A man arrived in Suna around 3 in the afternoon. From afar he spied labourers walking along the mountain road toward the factories, their shoes scuffled along the jutting stones. They walked like people convinced that so long they had to reach the fire race in the mountain's belly, they might extract from its gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond more description for those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me, Sir Miyazaki? I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been so easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first steps on their journey, expression relaxed. Why, Karasugi, Ism is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some naturally. The two burst into uproarious laughter, rebelling with the other workers until the path's end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the Flame Watcher an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the Watcher, yet he stood alone. While only when Katsugi and Mizukatsu strode into the room did the Watcher turn. This Watcher was Niwa, armory officer and administrator of the Tarasuna, born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the 3 pillars of the Ishin art. Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those in the built power served as a statement unto itself. Mizukaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression and said, It is you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan, yet I still believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procedures that the materials that you requested. Niwa studied the text and nodded. We should try some of these new forging techniques, whether Katahara says yea nor nay. Katsugi frowned, and with a sigh he said, Forging is a precious and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most, sirs. And still you seek improvement each day with terrifying drive. Ah, should my Lord Akamisa hear this, the sourness of his face shall be hard to miss. Neil smiled, replying, And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsugi? Katsugi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his 2 friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflect, and so growls. I see your ears are as keen as your hands, said Nawa. The jokes of us unlearned men are as nothing before you. Mizukatsu hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsugi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps like with the celerity of youth. The head of that peaked was round, and in the light of the fires looked like an oil jewel. The young man placed some boxed food at the side, and nodding, he prepared to leave. Karasuri called out after him, "What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it?" The young man, upon hearing these words, found himself slightly at loss. After a while he answered, "Very well, I'll try it." "You are welcome to the food. We will all eat the same fare, after all," he once said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. Extract 2. The Kawabuchi-mono was by the coast. The sunset fell to an accompaniment of darkness. Fans of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place the thunder clouds rolled, grumbling the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk blinded the clouds to kneel upon the land, its supplications bearing Kabuki-mono with knees bent and face pointed towards the waters. None passed that way, and none knew what he was waiting for in silence. Time passed, unmeasured, uncounted, until a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabuki-mono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. There he was not aware. At first, after his sudden gaze was refined by time, he understood this cloud had marked him from the very start. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering and out of sight beneath falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing life from the fishermen. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides?" Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat. It was joined in its barefootness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the Kabuki-mono stood idly, slanting its head to study the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left on one who had cried out for help, and with a plop, it landed on Kabuki-mono's feet. He crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite out of it. Yet he did not, for the dark cloud swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. Kabuki-mono stared at it blankly, like an awakening dream. When he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered, as if they had never been there at all. As if the ship could have been struck down by a storm, who was to know? Not the Kabuki-mono. Extract 3. Kasazure rushed to the door and shouted, "My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Tsunowa, but there is no trace of him. And much time has passed since Izakaki left to seek aid, but he is yet to send us any missile. Look." Mikoshi Nagamasa turned slowly, his face grave as one attending a funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy laden. "I wish not to say such words, Katsugi, but Sir Izakaki may never return." Katsugi peered at Nagamisa's broad, stiff shoulders beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of black, as if the darkness now was only weather, and might even morph into a vessel beast and devour Tarsuna whole. Over 10 people had already perished. That was why Katsugi recalled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in the dribs and drabs. That was why they had to set out to seek aid. Izayaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Travelling from Tatsuna to Inazuma to ask their support was known not to great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third, then a fourth, till the Kabuki-mono himself had departed upon the tides. Unto foul skies and ominous fortunes it had been Katsugi who had brought him back, and yet treated him as his own, and it pained him greatly to see the lad go. Yet the situation at Tatsuna was severe. Even should they sacrifice more lives, it would be worth to gain assistance from Inazuma City. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterward, Nagamisa led a search party into the mountains and the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident, but worry soon turned into suspicion, and they wondered if he had fled, only to bear the sin of having caused these incidents. The people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamisa himself strained against the discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly a figure flashed by. The presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamisa. He drew his blade and cut. True, he only nicked the silken veil into the war. For a moment they swayed, and then, like a marionette pulled by strings, moved behind Nagamisa, laughing darkly. Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps? Nagamisa bellowed in fury. You dare address Niwa directly? Yet the figure parted like mist before his falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond the reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. Was it you who slew my people? Nagamisa howled in charge, held back only by Karasuga's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized he was an inch away from falling into the furnace. It seems that the rest of his work remains unfinished. From the existing text, however, it's apparent that this is a novel fantastically covered sensibilities born into the imagination well utilized.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Oh my gosh. Hopefully this is not going to be as long. A brief analysis of possible events of historical importance in the Tarasuna area. Details: this text belongs to a series of works sponsored by the Bahuma's Velkor project. It's yet to be numbered. Author Akuba. Abstract: the Tarasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inuzuman smithing industry. 2 instances have occurred here, and the details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, that there may have been a hidden history behind the events that transpired, hence this paper will attempt to analyze what may have unfolded from the available data. Glossary: Tarasuna area, Raiden, Gokudin, Mikushi, Name, Miso, Kawabukamuno. Introduction: this paper continues and expands the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report, The Haply Hidden Tales of Tarasumi, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inuzuman were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, also known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inuzuman have devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that do not quite fit the stately nature of the network yet linger about Tarasuna, which is a central pillar of forging industry. There, the Mikushi and Niwa clans, along with the essential puppet, serve as the 3 windows of insight we need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Body. Strange notes from the Tarasuna area. Their contexts are as follows. 1. Perhaps I overstepped, but I think that Sir Nagamisa's mood grew better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikushi must eat at him. Also, Sir Karasugi discovered a nameless eccentric while patrolling around Nazushi Beach. 2. The inspector bought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Karasugi discussed matters of spinning deep into the night with Vice Admiral Officer. 3. What? We at least made a single Nagamichi. We called it Taratura Nagamisa. The inspector was in high spirits, and he and the Vice Armory Officer Nogamusu was so taken by the beauty of the Tatari Nagamusa that he drew a picture of it, and he performed a sword dance with the wandering eccentric. 4. We could not find that eccentric. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Karasugi. The great blade cut deep into the flesh, cast his own Nagamichi into the furnace flame. Nonomu could not abide by the order and drew the completely melted weapon after the forest. He was horribly burned. Nonomusu died that night. I dare say what Sir Karasugi may have committed malfeasance. It was out of the goodness of his heart. 6. Kimuro hid the Nagamiki and Nozu strong in the arsenal. Nagamisa is harsh, but also knows the right from wrong. But even so, Even if he's not amenable to reason, his name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I and some households of Tarasuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamisa's mother, Shio, and we trust him. I also remain willing to forget the joy of creating the Tatara Nagamisa with him, that joy of watching the nameless eccentric perform the sword dance with Karasugi. 7. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts. One for the inspector, one for the army officer, and one for left in the target we sent to prevent theft. Says it. I must say, reading is quite tiring. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector nor the army officer could be found, so I was bold as to hide the 3 pieces within treasure chests in Tarasuna. 7 notes mentioned prior had been scattered across the Tarasuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seemed to be of good physical integrity, though they all look quite old, while the last one was more recent. I believe that the first 6 notes and the last are different time periods, though the gulfs in years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 will also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi once mentioned in the happily hidden tales of Tarasuna, hereafter known as the Hidden Tales, that in the past researchers from Sumeru had investigated the cultural histories of Tarasuna and Inazuma. Though the place has fallen to some degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time and I wrote my original article. Regardless, that used to be an area of major industry remains a place most inhospitable and residents of Tarasuna may be found living and dwelling by the wars. The residents, when questioned, told the researchers that Tarasuna was golden age centuries ago when it was administered by the army officer Niwa, vice army officer Mikizaki, and inspector Mikoshi Nagamisha. Yet the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seemed to stress that the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their homeland's past. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Suma's folk history. A very small number, however, mentioned that the word puppet should be known as the puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A puppet did once appear in Tarasuna. Its visage was elegant, its apparel impeccable, and the way it dressed hid all the joints, lines on its body, as if no one had mentioned that indeed a puppet. It would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seemed to possess special joint lines that would fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, which perhaps make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was also known to almost none. Some folk claimed to have spotted it appearing around Tarasuna, while others mentioned encountering it in the central region of the area. Some even claimed that it would go frequently to the beach. Tales spread of the standing beside the sea, gazing across the waters towards the Inazuma Sea. What it was that puppet was gazing at remains a mystery. As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes of the document, a certain eccentric, the eccentric, which is also be read as Kabubukamono, is usually used in Inazuma to refer to a figure who dresses or behaves in a particular manner. It is understandable, therefore, why this character would have left such an impression. Should the people of Tarasuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst occurring mass panic, a good possibility considering the coexistence between yokai and humans in Inazuma at large, and the puppet would have likely become a local resident. What is less well known is that if the Kabu Kimono was just another title for this puppet, perhaps it's uniquely dressed to distract the attention from its more special characteristics. A workable theory, but one that still lacks enough evidence to support. Still, it could be seen as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to Sarasuna have been compiled here based on historical documents from Izuna, starting from the administrative records are as follows. Armory Officer Niwa, full name Niwa Hishisai. He was the inheritor of the Ishin art and the successor of the Niwa clan. His family, along with the Akame and Katahara clans, were together known as the Ishin Saki. Records show that the Niwa was a modest and intellectual individual that displayed remarkable talent in the administration of territory and people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he was suspected to have left Tarasuda with his family following the incident. Vice Admiral Officer Mikiyashi, full name Misayachi Kanino. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown, and his primarily assisted Niwa in forging and personal management. He was of a variable temperament and had many friends in the region, including one Mikoshi Nagamisa. Inspector Mikoshi Nagamisa, the successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son to the only warrior Mikoshi Chiyo, and the younger brother Oni warrior Chiyo. Wait a minute, the other Oni. There's a tie there. This is the blue Oni. The younger adopted brother to Mikoshi, which is also known as Ikuta Kura, the successor, was more missing and abandoned by his brother. Nigamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their history. Though records say that the Mikoshi Nagamisa was a stubborn figure, he also known to be a person of moral virtue or integrity, and had been known in various records he practiced forging swords for self-cultivation, especially requested special instructions from Ikizashi Saki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade that Tatara Nagamisa was forged, he used to slay his subordinate Kazuhira for reasons unknown at present. I am so worried about this. Katsugi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find any more additional and personal information regarding him. As for Mikoshi Nagamisa subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamisa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by his Lord Trutikantin, gave his life in service, but was asked if it was but asked of. Kabu Kimono. Full name unknown, background unknown. From the many sources I've compiled, combined with rumors, personal observation, this character might have been the puppet mentioned in the rumors. The Kabu Kimono is a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back to Tarasuna by Karasuda Reiji and became a member of the community. When the Kabu Kimono first arrived in Tarasuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, or any work of meticulous nature. The locals taught him their skills over time, showing how he could clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. Records state that the Kabu Kimono was there when the Datadara Nigga was forged. Through his trial ends before Mikoshi Naga slew Kazu, I believe that the Kabu Kimono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he quite likely had a hand in Katsugi's death. It seems that the rest of this paper may have finished. One thing is for sure, there's a lot of thought into it.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Yeah, it sounds like a novel. Has Scott ever written an essay before?
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
I'll leave it to it.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay!
Alright, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
They probably know what we know.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it?
Well, we
if you
have...
ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Where's the heater? The heater's probably gonna hear about this. What the heck? What's wrong?
Hey! Did you see that? He literally just went by! Over there! It looked like... the balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up! Oh, quick, let's catch up and see!
Maybe Nihida let him out. This is about to take an interesting turn. What time is it? 11:30. Let's see here. She's looking near the well there. What's this about?
Traveler, Paimon, there you are.
Oh.
Nihida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah, it's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surastana? Aren't you supposed to be laughed at? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us!
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore?
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
So he tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? Why can't you say it?
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously!
Paimon.
Don't listen to him!
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nita.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
I'm still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Got it. I'm glad to be able to help.
Great. Thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Yeah, boy.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Yeah. There's a lot to it now, Paimon. I'm still wondering why I freaking found out in the other place. That still kind of bugs me. I discovered while on my trip. So for this, or I'm gonna get heartburn. Okay. Oh, the Balladeer.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
He has sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood. Paimon, that goes for you, doubled.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Paimon.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Oh.
Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's It's unbearable.
There's no need for all the biting sarcasm. Focus on doing your job.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Ugh! Darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Paimon, you're 10 steps behind. Oh, just waiting. I'm gonna hold on to the sword.
Wow! So this is the inside of Irminsul.
It's different than what I imagined.
Ooh! Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so... say we did go running off in here. What would happen?
Science information.
What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
What is that?
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
Okay. Do I have to go around them?
It looks the same in every direction.
Okay.
No wonder you mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
This is the center of Irminsul. All information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
He can hear you, Paimon. He has to put up any resistance. He seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he has a similar role to Tui. First, Akabe and tell his stories. Now this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Sure, there's a lot to him. He's still trying to figure it out.
We're the ones with nothing to do.
Paimon. Shy.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Hina, is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
Guessing that you don't want to start with Baldur.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
So wrong.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel in our jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is it about his past, the betrayals, and the other events in his own?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia in Paradisia. You relate what you saw in the Balladeer's while in Paradisia.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
You tell me about Akabans or writing.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gesse got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
You're very right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
Probably.
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is a hard work. But your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
Uh-oh.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Anonymous?
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Paimon. Give him a second.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatarasuna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Today, Niwa was the man in charge of Tarasuna. Plus, he belongs to the lineage of the Genshin.
Whoa!
Come on. What the heck? Don't tell me.
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. People are gainfully employed, their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatarasuna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem.
Why does this guy look familiar to... Oh. No.
I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguise myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Sumeru? That guy? Karia?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Oh my word, it's the same fella that was in Karia.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
No fucking way. How far is this frickin' stretched timeline has he got?
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
Oh my
That's
word.
it. That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Jester, that's another one of the two. Easy Val here.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore. Dottore!
Oh no.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
He was the one behind the Tarasuna incident.
But why do we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
This betrayal was a lie. The hate believes for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? Maybe. If the betrayal never happened, if it existed only as imagination, where does this leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Okay, let's go over there.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly! So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible!
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure caused great resentment. Now we know what was behind his decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokukin 100 years ago. But does it mean that vengeance was the right decision?
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
While later...
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, aren't you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Not just yet. There's still thinking about his sister. Not expected, but still. Thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time.
The Jester and her two Harringer? Why?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Yeah.
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
Oh, what do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
Oh. Okay. Huh?
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Oh. Are you trying to brainwash me?
No. I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
To change the past. To change the past. You bring up a very important reason. I'll let it continue. He's astonished with the question as well. Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me.
Wait, that look. Did he see me hesitate? That was because I know a little bit of after. Uh-oh, I think by now.
So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Huh?
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Baldur, stop Paimon, we have to stop him.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
Where the heck did you go?
From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist.
Probably the Wanderer.
Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer!
think I know where he's planning going. But when is he going?
Oh no, he's really gone!
Just in time.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Let's see what happens.
Traveler, Paimon, Palladir, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out!
You don't need everything to happen.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Oh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Oh boy. Here's someone to go. Okay, it's 12:20. I'm so gonna be wrecked after this bit.
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Is there anything I can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice is gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
I was just remember Great Lord Lugabar, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, but the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Great Lord Lugabar for now. Focus on the Balladeer. How Paimon asked you.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible!
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life!
Paimon, you know there's a reason where space and time differentiate? That's Immersal.
It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do.
He's only gonna go to Tarasuna, that's all.
Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history. No, I wouldn't say that.
Huh?
Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry. Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress. But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
It's not necessary, but maybe. Wait a minute, you just brought up a valid point. Erasing yourself from history. Like the Descenders. Though the tree does not have a record of them, but yet has evidence. I'm just guessing here.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Paimon's had it with that little rat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Wonder what the actual Archon. Indeed, if the Baldur does erase himself from so many people in the zone will be affected. Can't imagine what that situation will look like. Worst case scenario, it will affect everyone with connection to the Raiden, Gokuten, Kazuya, Akia, Aito. Will this mean that they will disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a week tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes, cream stew, sauteed matsutake, and drained chili chicken, almond tofu, satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and
Uh-oh. Paimon, what's wrong? Wait, why am I looking through Paimon's eyes?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about.
You're getting so worried about the situation of the Baldur that you started listing foods.
The Balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name though.
Oh, he did it. He did it. I doesn't remember the Baldur. That must mean she pulled it off. How did he have the ability? That doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
Should I explain it to Paimon now or what? If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Let's get over there first. Alright, for now. Alright, I'll be going to bed. I'll resume this another day. Good night.